Okay, we're back today. I tried to get up early, but I ended up having to do a bunch of stuff, so kind of got later in the day, but still pretty early. And it's always a good day when I get to work on 3D. So this is where we left off yesterday. Let's try to retrace our steps here. Let me open the stream. Cool. Um, so one thing I want to try to do is maybe add extra bones on the knees and the elbows, and also add bones for the hair, so we could try testing that out. This was the proxy mesh, so the resolution was generally low. Things were combined, so we lost control, like being able to sculpt those independently. Um, I want to delete this, but I don't know if that's the best thing to do right now. Maybe I could keep it for reference. One thing I wanted to try is I think I asked ChatGPT something, and it mentioned the idea of hiding faces on the high poly while I'm weight painting, because when I weight paint the high poly, it's so heavy that it's too laggy to actually smooth. So I'm thinking, what if I hide the bottom half of the body and try weight painting from there? So I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna hide this, see what the proxy is. Let's see, I have to try to retrace my steps here. So the high poly is this one. If you look at the polygons, it's like really high. Ooh, it snapped back. That's interesting. Why did that? Oh, that's right. Combine those. That's why it snapped. But let's say we go in here, we weight paint. Oh, it snapped back. Okay. Let's hide the rig. Where's the rig? So let's say right now this is really high. So if I go smooth, it's like it's chugging. Let me open my task manager so I can see what's happening. Okay, so it's chugging when I smooth. I wanted to see, like, let's say, well, I'm working on this area, so I don't need the arms. I'm gonna go select up to here, select up to here, everywhere I don't really need. Trying to reduce the poly count. I'm hoping this works. Oops, I messed up. Yeah, I have to do transparent mode, and it'll select through. Real quick, let's do that again. What's this floating thing? Oh. The biggest problem is the body here, so the rest is pretty low, so I'm not too worried. But let's say, you know, oh my god, it did it again. Oh god. Okay, let's do that one more time. See if I can make it, yeah. Let me test this out here. Okay, so we have to kind of be in this mode. I kind of didn't like the way it looked, but double check, yeah. And just hide all these extra polygons that we're not going to be painting on and see if that affects weight painting. If it does, that's big. Okay, so it does hide. It actually does affect it. So it is faster, but it's still not fast enough. Let's see what it says here. It's not telling me like what select, I think. Let's see. Oh, it does. Let's let's go back just to see what the count is. So the total count of faces is about 450. I mean, what am I saying? 550K, 550K. So if you, it went from 550K to 94. So it's like 1/5, but it's still laggy. So let's see if we could hide more. Let's hide this back stuff here. Not working on there. I don't think it's gonna be I think it's still going to be too laggy to work on it though. So we're kind of finding the threshold of where weight painting is not working very well. We could also probably hide this boob, but let's say for this test example, like we needed to have this boob here. We could also probably hide the inside of the boob though, but let's just see what this does. So you select it. I don't know if it actually went down. Potentially this is just showing the total, so we might not be getting. Let's see. No, we are. Okay. Anyways, let's see. So let's go weight paint. Let's see how it smooths. If it's any laggier. Oh, okay, so we were using projected as well, so that's a big factor. Let's turn off projected, see if it lags. Okay, so it's even better now. Is that workable? Is this to the point where I could actually work with it? I would say this is the threshold. Like, yeah, I could work with this. What happened there? Um, so the good news is it does have an effect. So hiding the polygons does allow me to paint with less lag, potentially like half the lag. Um, downside it's still laggy, but it does open up possibilities. Let's let's not get attached to this pose and allow ourselves to experiment with other aspects like adding stuff to the rig. And I guess this will be also part of the experiment where that's why I never wear this jacket. It has a zipper in the front and it acts like a saw, and I have a wooden table here. So I stretched and it sawed the table. What I could do is wear a shirt on top of this. It'll look weird, but it'll stop that from happening and I'll stay warm. So we're back. Oh, why is this chair moving so much? Okay. Oh, this shirt smells though. I think it's one of the unwashed ones. Great. I'll be back. So I got a long sleeve shirt to put on top of my regular shirt. So this will work. All right, so we test that hiding faces for weight painting, and it technically works, but it's not good enough for what I want, I think. But it's still an option, which is cool. Um, let's try adding bones like on the knees. Let me actually wait. Let me take a step back and think. What else is there? Adding bones. There's Oh, the other idea I had was to try using quad remesher on the proxy. So making a new proxy with clean quads, which would give me cleaner weights to copy from. Um, what else? We could try taking the whole process through, like doing all the copy weight stuff, posting the proxy, and then hiding the proxy, and then showing the high, and then actually sculpting the high, and see what the pros and cons of that is. So there's two extra steps we could do from here. We could add extra bones. We could make the proxy quads and then sculpt. Today I have what is that? 10, 11, 12. About 4 hours from now, I think. Hey Siri, set my alarm for 2:30 p.m. Let me make sure. Just waiting to see. Just double checking the time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I got those two steps in mind. Which one should what makes more sense to do first? We could try adjusting the rig first and then see if the weights copy correctly after I post it. And we'll see if that could be one thing we try. So let's go. What am I gonna do here? So I'm gonna move this skull proxy aside. Something was in my eye again. Um, we're not gonna delete this rigged high yet. Should probably call it rigged high, or just call it high like that. Okay, I'm gonna hide this. Show the sculpt proxy. Let's actually compare real quick what we did with the sculpt. We only sculpted like 10 minutes yesterday, I think. But this is what the raw posed is, and then I sculpted on top of it just to fix things like the knee, the butt. We didn't really do the elbows. Did a little bit of the shoulders, I think. I'm not sure. But that's just a comparison. And let's move it way over there. I'm just going to hide it just for reference and comparison later. Oh, hi there. Oh, thank you. I'm just trying something I haven't really done before. I've I've posed models kind of by sculpting, but I wanted to try using Rigify. And there's a bunch of like small steps in figuring out like the best way to do things, like getting the weights to work correctly, and um but I think once it works, then it's like really versatile, where you could use the meta rig to like, or not meta rig, Rigify to pose the character quickly. So you could do a bunch of tests, and Rigify is really cool. It has like the ability to like translate and scale like different parts of it, so you can like really get like a comfortable pose. One of the big problems I'm running into now though is the high poly is too heavy to like weight paint really nicely. So one kind of like half solution is you could actually like hide the faces of parts of the model you're not painting on at the time weight painting, and that helps it reduce the lag, but it's still laggy. So I'm trying to come up with like different solutions to try to get so you could pose the high poly. And the proxy is basically a copy of the high poly, but it's just reduced polygons, and you can copy because sometimes like automatic weights don't translate to the high poly with multiple parts, but the proxy you could just make it like less parts and less poly, and then you could just copy the weights from it. And also it poses like you could actually pose it, like you could move the bones with it, and then um, re-show the high. But I was gonna do two things now. Like this proxy is actually like just straight decimated, but I wanted to try using quad remesher on it to get like cleaner quads and see if that helps it too. Let's see. So one thing I wanted to try was um, I'm gonna try to bring this rig back to default. I never use this thing in here. This rest position. I always like manually set a key, but I'm gonna try to not do that. I'm gonna try to let rest position see if that actually affects it. See if meta rig. Maybe it doesn't matter. Let's see. So if I didn't do pose position, okay. So meta rig just hangs out here. Um. Okay. And then meta rig is what you modify, and then rig is what gets made from it. Oh, how long did it take? Why don't you just retopo and add weight to the bigger parts? Um, it's hard to say if you mean like from making the character, because I think I made this character roughly last month. But then the thing is, I took what I liked from it and modified it, and it's like kind of a new model, but it's also kind of not a new model, where like the core of it is just like a remix of the last model, but then I would add like the feet and the hands and just the face. So then, but from start to finish, from starting this new one, it's been almost a week, I think. I think I've been streaming the whole process, and it's been kind of cool. It's like a self-reflective and like a diary kind of thing, and also just to like think out loud really helps too. Um, yeah, it's done in parts. I think it's really been helpful. Like one of the biggest things is like, I mean, at the end I could just merge these together and smooth it out, but in the meantime, I don't have to like fight this like I want this crease to happen where this surface curves and then this surface curves. And I don't have to fight this. I don't have to like use a crease brush and like, oh no, the shape's not going in. I have to push this in and then smooth it out. Oh no, like I'm pulling this whole area over and now the curvature is not correct anymore. But because they're separate, I could smooth this side and it'll tuck in, and I'll smooth this side and tucks in, and then I have that control. But it's still kind of like hard to say like where and when you should merge things or keep them separate. Like these legs were separate for a long time, like from here. But I decided at some point to merge it. And then later I was having trouble with the legs where I think I'm still having trouble with the legs. Where I think the knees, I don't really know how the anatomy works. So like it's probably too long and the knee probably could come higher, but I don't know. So I tried separating it earlier and it kind of felt good, but it kind of also didn't. So, but yeah, it's generally I feel like having them separate definitely does help. Um, but I'm gonna try right now. I'm gonna try to add extra bones to MetaRig. Last time I was able to add. extra bones for like clothing that was like in the middle. So I'm gonna try doing something similar. And I'm gonna save before I do this because it might break it. So I'm gonna try adding like elbow joints. I'm gonna look at the naming conventions. Yeah, I was looking at some references, but even then it's like really tricky because it's so weird. Like when the knee's bent and when it's straight, it'll kind of look different too. And I think there's probably like one thing that it will just click in place if I see the right thing and someone tells me the right thing. Or like, yeah, just think of it as like a double hinge, or like just imagine like how rollerblades click together or something, and it's like, oh, okay, I get it now, but I still don't know. I do have some extra copies. Like this one is, I think, without a rig. I did some of this yesterday, so I kind of don't remember which ones are. I think I have two backups. So this one's like without rigs. So I got like a double backup, but I don't remember what the difference is between these two. They might be the same. Um, Let me see. So I'm going to look at the naming convention. So this is called forearm dot L, upper arm, and so I'll just kind of call it something similar. Oh god, it's too small. I'm just going to pull it straight out like that. I'm not sure if pulling straight out like this actually would work. Let's see. Oh, wait, why is this called that? Let's see. I'll call this one elbow L. These are like ball joints, like the shoulder. Yeah. Okay. I think one time I saw someone do this something really I never seen anyone do, and I thought it was really cool. But they actually put two joints, so there's one up here and then one below. And when he bends it, he can't yeah, he kind of keeps the volume because he's able to like bend it here and then here. So like this whole area kind of doesn't get crushed. Oh, it did it on this side too. Oh, that's why the name was like right. I was like, wait, what? Why is it right? Let's make sure the name's right. Yeah. So that one, hopefully, I could just do this for now and I could test it real quick, or I could do the butt too. I might as well do the butt too. Let's see. I could try it a different way too. I could add a separate bone. and have it like overlap instead of like pulling it out like that, like how I did it. Hmm. Can I separate it? Oh, you can't. Okay, so it would have been the same thing if I actually just created a new bone. Try adding the underscore between your words. Yeah, I like doing that too. Um, I kind of switch between that and what I'm doing now, where I think it's more of like a coder thing, where the first word is lowercase and the second word's uppercase. I think it's called like camel text. It kind of, that one doesn't work as well when you have longer and longer words, where it just looks like a mushed together thing, but I like it because it feels shorter. I want to try could try pulling the knees back. I'm gonna try adding the butt thing. This, and I'll call this one butt dot L. Call this one butt dot R. And then try adding some to the knees. I wonder if like it'll break it if I replace this or like add something right here. Bands. One of the problems though, if I do this and pull it back really far, I think it'll break that arc that's happening. And it'll like get the FK confused or the pull direction. Because I exaggerated and I really pulled it back. Let's just hope that it doesn't break it too much. Maybe it's unavoidable. Something. Let's just hope that works. And I'll just like drag out a point there. What's this called? It's bone. It's called shin, and this is called thigh, so I'll just call this knee. Hopefully this doesn't break. It's probably a bad idea to add everything at once, because then I'll be like overwhelmed with what's happening. I'm gonna try adding a bone. Let's see, in edit mode, let's go Shift A, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna try to add bones for the pigtail. Don't want to put too many, but let's see. Put one like that, I guess. There's I think the way the Rigify names it is they go the first letter and they just literally copy it across like that and just add the numbers. Let's see if there's anything that does that over here. They do that for the center stuff, but is there anything? I'll just do the same thing. I'll just do it. I like how it like, automatically adds a number for me. And then I'm gonna try to parent to this. That doesn't work. Keep offset. Is that it? No. I think I did it the wrong way. I think it's this way. Keep offset. So the head moves. Nope. Hmm. What if I do connected? Hmm. Maybe I don't need to connect it. Is there anything? I guess the clavicle's doing that, so it's okay. So I don't have to like actually. They're like part of the same thing. I'm gonna copy these. I could place these by hand. Have I tried have I tried adding bones to the rig before? I did in the last rig and it worked. I added butt bones and I added bones for the clothing that would come from the front and the back and it worked. So I'm kind of assuming that this time it'll work too, but there's probably going to be something. So yeah, it'd be smarter to like add them step by step, but I'm kind of I'm like eh. Seeing if the naming convention is the same. Oh, have I tested this one? No. So I just modified it for the first time, so there's gonna possibly be a lot of issues, and I won't know where it's coming from. But if it works, then it's like nice. So, and then the other thing was that took a while to discover, but once I found it out, it was awesome. Was uh, to set these bones to, where is it? Um, you could set the type bone type. Maybe it's in object mode. Oh no, it's in pose mode. Yeah, this is it. Let me make sure I didn't mess anything up though. I think I could hide this. Yeah, but if you go to pose mode, select that bone, and you change the rig type, and I think it was like, what was it called? It was like tentacle or something. Simple tentacle. And you only do it for the first one. So then the rest of the chain has like this tentacle like feature, which is really cool. And then for the butt, I think I did super copy. Just making sure. And then I'll just do the same thing for the elbows. It's like coding. Yeah. So if this breaks the if the if it if it keeps the form but it breaks my pose, like I'm totally fine. Like I didn't really commit to that pose, so I hit the save button, which I probably shouldn't have done yet. Let's see. So I'm gonna go back to object mode and I'm gonna hit regenerate rig. So if it gets stuck loading, that's a good sign. If an error pops up like instantly, that's horrible. So let's see what happens. Oh no, it blew up. Index list index out of range. It might be these. Yeah. Let's delete the pigtails for now. I want to see if this was the issue. Well, let's see. Delete bones. Oh, wait, what? Why is it still there? Huh. Oh, I'm deleting the. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Okay, there you go. I was clicking on the generated rig. So let's see what happens if I delete those and then hit the generate again. So that's possibly one issue. No, it could be because I did it, let me actually bring them back. Let me try deleting these. I think it's these being directly connected, I think. Or not delete them, let's try separating them. Let's see. Clear parent. Let me see. Disconnect bone. So now it's like a floating bone, I think. Did it for the other side too. This is already disconnected. Hmm. I'm gonna Alt P and then disconnect that bone. Potentially that it didn't like those bones being connected to the existing thing. So now they're like separate. And this is already separate, so potentially that's fine. Now if I do it again, oh, you know what? Sometimes I, oh, what if I do, let me try. That worked. It's loading, it's stuck loading right now. I'm gonna use the bathroom though. So it did have to do like backtracking, but it ended up, I kind of got lucky. Um, I'm gonna hide the meta rig, and I'm curious to see if I didn't touch the weight paints, so let's see how bad or good it looks if I pose it. So it still works. Let me change my. I'm gonna go to camera settings and turn off auto depth because it keeps focusing on where I'm clicking. Let me look at this area. I think I'm gonna see what the elbow's doing. It's hard to say, but I think it's better. Oh, you know what? No, it's actually not better because there's no weights on the bone. So if I try moving this, it doesn't do anything. Yeah. So it's not better yet. So it didn't break anything, but it also didn't do anything yet because it didn't actually, doesn't have any influence. Trying to think, like, is there an automatic way I can get the weight onto these bones? I'm gonna switch to, oh wait, that didn't work. I'm gonna switch to solo, which is this. It's just this shortcut where it goes to, it switches to the define bones, which is where all the weight is. And then go into weight paint. So yeah, it's all these bones don't have anything, so it's purple. Let me think. I could do because I didn't really fix any weights on this, I could just do another automatic pass on it, and it probably would do it for me. And I don't have to do anything, it's like 2 clicks. So I would delete I would delete all the just I don't know if this is 100% necessary, but it cleans it out, I guess. So delete all the weights. Um, Probably delete the armature. The weight would be at the bottom of the pigtail. Um, no, well, it would be it would be like evenly distributed. So like this bone would control like this area, and it would be smooth out here, and this bone controls here to here, and smoothed out. But the tentacle joints makes it so it's really smooth, like it automatically affects each other. But if I do this automatic ways, it should do that for me. It should be like, okay, so this is like roughly where it's placed, so this is roughly where it should give it weight. It'll kind of be too smooth in certain areas, but you could always clean it up later. And this is the proxy model, so I'm going to copy the weights to the high poly later. Trying to remember what I was doing. There's so many steps, it's like confusing. Okay, so I emptied all the weights off this thing. And then I want to copy the weights over, or apply automatic weights. Yeah, so you select the body, then the bones, and you go Control P, automatic weights. And you'll see it, like, when I click through the pigtails, they'll be, like, evenly distributed. So now if I go back to weight paint and click here, you can see it's, like, evenly distributed. And let's see what happens with the butt. Yeah, that looks good. So when I bend the leg forward, this should help keep the shape. So like this bends forward and this kind of stays there, and I can kind of control it better. So I can save, I guess. And then I'll switch this back to the pose. So if you actually grab this one, you can actually it moves now. But what's really cool about this, it's actually hard to see what I guess this is controller. Yeah, like now it's like really pleasing. It's like a C curve, S curve. It's super easy. I just move one thing and it's like a tentacle. It's like a smooth. And it's like it's all automatic, which is amazing. It's like I didn't like lift a finger for like painting at all. But if I think if I was to like go in and clean it up, I think I might like for this one I might remove some like weight up here. Ooh, that's kind of a problem. So I think these have to follow the head. Yeah, that's a problem. Um, am I making this for VR chat or VTube? No. The goal for this one is I'm gonna just pose it and then sculpt it and then print it. So the main goal is just to make like a print. Yeah. So I have to go back, I think. I'm gonna hide the rig and go back to meta rig. So this thing has to follow one of these bones. But earlier when I tried to parent it, it didn't work. Or you know what? It might look weird, but this probably would work. Hmm. What's this doing? This bone? Cause like, hmm. Let's see. This is this is being parented under spine, which makes sense. Maybe let's see. So I think the way I always remembered, I say the good parent goes puts himself last, I think. So I think it's like this and then control P, keep offset, and then see where it is. So it's under spine 6, which is this, which is supposed to be right. Oh, so earlier when I was testing, I was moving this. It's not moving. I don't think it's designed to move. I can see this side. I guess it did it automatically since they're mirrored. I hope. Let me make sure. Shoulders in. Okay, so it's in spine 3. Yeah. So I think that worked. It was like super simple, like one thing. And then back to object. I'm gonna save this again. And then back to this tab and hit regenerate. So there's no problems again, which is good. And then after I test this rig and get the weights automatic transferred again, I'm gonna try doing a quadri mesh on the proxy. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I don't need to. Okay, so remade the rig. So let me test it. So yeah, moving the head actually moves them too. Ooh, why is that there? Oh wait, that's because I still see meta rig. Okay, there we go. Okay, maybe I don't have to generate the weights again because nothing really changed. So I won't generate that again. I'll save this one. So the other thing I wanted to try was doing like like a quadri mesh proxy. I'm trying to think. See what the geometry looks like for the proxy. So the geometry is really messy. This is just like a decimation. I'm gonna hide it for now. Gonna bring back the high poly. Let me compare it to this one. I don't remember what this is. Okay, so these are like 1-to-1, but this just doesn't have a rig on it. And then let me compare what this one is to this one. But these are, yeah, so it's just a double backup. So this is the same thing as this thing. Which I probably don't need. But let me see. I'm just trying to think maybe I could just quad remesh like one piece, like the main torso. So what I'll do is I'll select this one. I'll duplicate it, and then I'll put it into a new folder. I'll call it char quad. It sounds like something. I'm gonna hide the original one. I'm trying to think. Let's say I'm gonna put this in the proxy folder. Like, let's say, let me hide the rig too. Hmm. Let's say like I need these separate, so I won't combine these. But I'll combine these. So like I'll make these one. Oh, it seems like it's not being parented. It's just floating. You mean like earlier for like the pigtails? I Hi friend, I'm from Ukraine. Oh, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. You're working on a snowman? That's cool. Do you mean like earlier? Let me go back. So like in the meta rig, like this part where it's like not it's not actually connected. Oh, thanks for uh the positive words. I was confused too, actually. But I think because this is a meta rig, I think um it doesn't act like regular bones. Let me see. Like, let me test something over here. I don't really work with bones a lot, so like let's say so I want this to be parented to this. I do Control P. Oh, no, I mean they don't actually show anything connected, but this does drive it. What's weird though is I don't understand why, but let me see. So if I'm in edit mode, oh, that was in object mode. So if I'm in edit mode and I add a bone with Shift A, yeah, I don't fully understand that. Wait, let me see. Okay, so yeah, that's what's really confusing. So when I added bones here, I was doing it in edit mode. So like I added this one, but like when you move this, they don't move. Like you would think this would be attached to this, but it's not. But then if so in edit mode, I told this one, I clicked this, and I did shift, I did shift select this, and I did control P, and I told it to keep offset parent, and it still won't move. But Rigify knows this is going to be parented to this, so when I generate it, it does it that way. So like this bone becomes parented to it. So it's really confusing because you don't see it actually being parented, but it's already parented when I did that, which is really confusing. And I guess you could break it. You could do Alt P here and clear it, and it'll probably break that if, but you still can't visibly see it, so it's like it's really confusing. Oh, okay. It's really confusing though. But just to let you know, what I did was from the start was like I have this is the meta rig. I went to edit mode. I did Shift A and I added this bone, and I made this string bones. Then I selected this guy. I'm still in edit mode, and I shift selected the bone I wanted to follow, which is the head bone, and I do Control P to parent it, and I just said keep offset. You could do this one too, but I think what it does is it snaps it to the end of this bone, but I don't want that. And then since I'm in edit mode, you could move this, and if this one won't move, which is weird, and you're like, why? Well, it's not parented, but it actually like it knows it's parented, and then later when you hit the generate button, a meta rig will make this rig, and this one will have the parenting. So that's why it's really confusing. I think you can also visibly see it. I think if you click this guy and you could see it's actually in here. So it's actually in the hierarchy of the parent. So that's what you could check. You could see, oh, okay, so I remember parenting it here. So you could check it that way. It's really confusing because like MetaRig has two rigs. So it's like the one you're adding to and modifying, and then the one that gets made and used to pose. So it's like it's kind of confusing. So this version I wanted to try using quad remesher. I think this is my like second favorite plugin, where it just makes everything clean in quads. You lose detail though sometimes. But I want to keep this and this separate for as long as I can because I think I get more control when I sculpt. So I'm gonna look at the geometry now. So this is like I think voxel geometry, where it's like when I was sculpting. And then I can hit the remesh. Right now it's at 1 million. And then I think this takes it down to like 20,000 or 30,000. So I'm gonna try maybe like 6,000. See if that works. I think if it goes too high, um, automatic weight stops working, I think, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna hit the, before I hit this button though, I'm gonna make sure I name this so I remember what it's called. I'm gonna hit remesh. Like that right there is like, it's like, it looks really good, like around this, on the collarbone and like, well, and even the arm, yeah, it's like, it's pretty good. Um, I wonder, I'm still debating, like, should I just like let all the detail not matter anymore and then kind of rebuild the sculpt after posing using quad remesher, or not sure. Yeah, it's not perfect like right here, but it's still really good. I could also tell it to do symmetry maybe and see what the results are. Wow, okay, it fixed that. Okay, that's even better. Delete the old one. It's still a little messed up here, but it's not bad. Like I could just go in manually and just be like, wait, where is it? Like this? But I kind of don't want to go in too much and keep going, but I'm getting, I'm like, oh, I could fix this. Stop it. I gotta do other things. Yeah, okay, that feels better. It's not perfect, but um, it's like really nice though for like how fast it was, and now it's like, wait, what is this? It's even less than I thought it is. It's like 20,000. That's totally gonna work for automatic weights. Um, so I'm gonna delete this torso for now. Wait, this has all the weights on it though. Oh no, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And I'm just gonna run it through. Another problem is maybe is this too high? I mean too low? Because I can go higher to this, like match that density. Also the head. Yeah, just can kind of go into inception mode and be like, oh, this can get better, this can get better, this can get better, this can get better. But I think the biggest problem was the body, so I guess maybe it doesn't, maybe like in my head I'm thinking too linear, where it's like, oh, I gotta go quad remesh everything. Maybe it's not like that. Maybe I could just be like, this one was the problem, so I just quad remesh that and let everything else stay the same. Um, Trying to think like, okay, so now I would, there's so many steps and like you have to do an order, so I'm like, I don't want to make a mistake. Uh, so I would grab everything. I think I combine this. But that scared me. Everything disappeared for a sec. Um, Trying to think. I'll call this like proxy 2, I think. And then I'm gonna bring back the rig. And then I'm going to do automatic weights. I think before that though, I'm gonna do clear all transforms just to be safe. And then I'll do automatic weights. Save a copy. I hit save though. I'm honestly not too worried about losing this piece because I feel like because I got this one and I just did like one thing, so I kind of feel like it's mountain climbing and you're like putting like the safety line in like the mountain as you're climbing. And then it didn't work. Did I actually do the weights? Okay, so yeah, it did make weights and automatic weights didn't work. I think it's because there's too many separate parts. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna delete all the weights here and break the armature off. And then I'm gonna go back to quad remeshing. And I'm gonna separate by parts. And then I think what I'm gonna do is attach, I'm gonna make it into two parts. So actually, I think I do have to start over. Yeah, I think I have to start over. I'm gonna, wait, yeah. I think I have to start this over. Let's see, what does this look like? Okay. I'm gonna select all these pieces and delete them. And then go back to the original one. And then duplicate it again. Put it into the char quad folder. Oh, it's like far quad, that's what it sounds like. Hide the original. So I'm gonna remesh them into two parts. So this part, this part, this part, this part. And then I'll hide this, and then everything else I'll just combine there. Ooh, that's not good. I think, wait, let me get rid of this. It doesn't matter. I forgot to apply the modifiers before combining them. In this case, I think it's fine. So I'll just apply it after. Let's see, what's the other piece? Where am I? Okay, so this is head. And then the other one is torso. Let's see if this one has modifiers on it. Oh, this one's fine. Did I actually lose resolution? No, okay. So I think what I have to do to make these one is go remesh. And I'm gonna save real quick. I recently updated to 4.2.3 and it feels better overall, but one thing that was interesting is like I'm used to like click dragging and like just like yeah, I just like slap the voxel size really small, but like the new version it felt like it did it instantly and it just crashed my computer, like it took up all the RAM. The older version like it chugged, so like it didn't let it like go to like infinity, like get closer to infinity to zero. And like so I have to like be careful. I think I have to do it slowly. 'Cause before it's like I just dragged it and it was like it added like 500 million polygons. I never made something so big. Let's see. I can already hear my computer like chugging. Let's see. It's using a lot of CPU, but it's only when I'm actually applying the change. I hear the music I'm listening to like stutter as I do this. That's pretty good right there for me. Let's see what it is. It's like half a mil. So I'm gonna hit apply, and I'm just gonna quad mesh this after. The main reason why I do this is because all the pieces become one. So like if I go edit and then hide the face, you can actually see they're like merged into one. When you do quad remesher, they keep them separate, which is good in some cases. Let's go higher because I was expecting it to be more. Let's see what it does here. What kind of GPU do I have? Um, I have a good one. I I think I upgraded it earlier this year because my old one burnt out. I burnt out video RAM on it, and I gave it to a friend, and he bought the parts and he replaced the video RAM and he's using it now. But like I was like, I don't know how to do all that, so I'm just gonna get a new one. And I got the what is it? It's a 4080. So it's like it's not as good as for 4090. It's I think it's just as strong, but it has like half the VRAM. And now I'm like really careful with it, where I'm always like constantly looking and double checking the task manager to make sure I don't like go like I just leave a render on, or before I was like it's working, there's nothing wrong. I also I found this program called, I could type it in the chat. It's called like ICE CPU ID. Let's see. Let me try to spell this right. HW. It looks kind of sketchy. Like their website looks super dated, but it's a really cool program because it tells you like slightly more stuff than the regular task manager, where it shows you the temperature core of the cores of your GPU, and like it shows you the temperature of the VRAM. It shows you like there's like more data there. Like I think something's missing on the task manager, and you just see more stuff there. Oh, you have a 1070. Think I think that's good. I'm not really sure. I put all my money to my computer. Like I talked to a friend who was like, "Man, last night I got drunk. I spent $500 on beer, and I don't remember half the night." And then in the back of my head, I'm like I would have used that money for like parts, or I could have gotten like a monitor or something. But like I didn't say that, but yeah. I think like Blender is also really heavy using like the RAM, like actual RAM, not VRAM too. So like it's not always about the graphics card. I guess if you use like cycles and rendering stuff, like then it's like heavy on that. But yeah, I think he's in the military, and he went to like get together with a bunch of his friends, and he had like a ceremony. And afterwards, he went to the bar and he spent tons of money. Trying to remember what I was doing. So I'm gonna bring this back in there. So this is at, it's still super low. Like I was expecting 40, but it's at 20. But I'll let it be. And it's really clean too. It's like really symmetrical. So I'm gonna hide that and show this. I'm gonna see. Okay, so I'm gonna do a remesh on this too. Kind of freaks me out how like it just chops my audio when I do this. I don't remember doing this before in the older version. So I'm gonna keep adding it until I see the eyes better. Oh, right, I forgot to fix this. So I have to go back. Oh, that's weird. Why is this happening? Oh, it's because of the multi-res I applied that. Um, oh, this is at 800, 900K. and it's stuck. I probably shouldn't have applied the multi-res here. I think what happened was when I combined them, only the head had multi-res, and then when I combined them, it gave multi-res to everything. So the things that were already high are even higher. So I'm just pooping out now. It's stuck. I guess while it's loading, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. I just drank coffee. Okay, it came back. I won't go to the bathroom now. So I gotta separate this part here. Two hours later. I'll be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Wait, why is... Oh, it was lagging because I put a subdivision on it too. My hotkeys, like I have custom hotkeys set, so like 1, 2, 3, 4 does the subdivs. And it's great when I'm like switching between lower and higher to kind of see what it looks like. But the problem is I hit it all the time when I don't need it. So it ends up lagging and I end up having like a 0 subdiv modifier in everything I do, which doesn't help. There it is again. So like I delete that. And then grab everything, just give it some thickness. I'm using Alt S to like scale it in. And then it's backwards, so grab everything and I press Shift M to put the normals right. Oh, that's bad. There's a face over there. Let me try to isolate it. And delete that guy. Okay. So now when I do a remesh, it should be fine. I'll combine these guys and then do a remesh. So it's 11 for me, 11 a.m. So I gotta go to work at 2:30. So, well, got 3 hours and a half. Maybe after all this stuff, I might try like a different hairstyle. I'm not 100% on the shape of what's happening on the head, so wow, it's actually really high poly. This actually won't work. I don't think it's gonna work. I might have to make the pigtails separate. I think that's what's like really heavy. Like all this. Uh oh god, it's at 1 mil. Oh, it's almost 1 p.m. for you. I mean 2 p.m. Oh, I see some issues here. There's floating pieces. Let's make a copy of this head, and then I'll hide one. I'll hide it for now, and I'll do some tests. Remesh and bake the details. No, I'm not. I'm not really doing baking stuff. It's like it's really confusing because we're doing like we're doing like two or three things in each other. This one is its purpose is to let me auto weight it, and then I could transfer this weight data over to the high poly. So it's not really about it's not really about the details, I guess. I don't know, it's really confusing. But I'm gonna test to see if this works. This might not work. I think auto weights is like limited to like below 100,000 triangles. I'm not sure though. So I think there's some easy selection modes. So if I go select by trait, loose geometry, I can grab, oh, it didn't work. I was hoping it would grab these floating cubes. Loose geometry. What about, what about, non-manifold geometry? What about, why doesn't this get selected? They're like floating. Oh, you know what? I could just do this. I could just press L and select this and then invert. There we go. Just delete those. Select it and then invert my selection and delete them. But let's see if auto weights actually lets me put something on there that's like 140,000. I don't think it will though. So now it's two pieces, so maybe the fact that it's two pieces will let auto weights work. So now combine those, bring back the rig, and do auto weights. It's loading, so it's probably working. It's loading a long time. If this doesn't work, then I could possibly break off the pigtails and then have it three separate objects that are all less than like 50,000 or something. Wait, actually, you know what? I made a big mistake. I'm not supposed to do it at this step. I made a mistake. I was supposed to do the quadrimesher. That's what it was. So it didn't matter that it was really high. I forgot. There's so many things to remember. And I forgot. Now I have to wait. Well, I guess it'll be interesting to see if it'll be like a learning uh experiment for like, does automatic weights work for something that's 120 or it's like 140 triangles or 140K triangles. I'll be impressed if it does. So if it does work with this many polygons, it's probably normally breaking because I try to rig something with too many pieces, like too many separate parts. So then it's not so much about the poly count, but it's about getting confused with like parts. I feel like doing something while I'm waiting. It's like it's taking forever. Oh, it worked. Okay, so it went through. Let's see if it actually moves the body. It's probably going to be super choppy and laggy. Whoa. So it does actually work. It's super choppy, but it does work. So that's really cool to know. So you're not really limited to the poly count. It's just like how many pieces, I think. That's the theory right now. So if I click this, it's like it's half a mil, and it's letting me rig it with auto weights. But I don't want to do that. It's too laggy to work with, so I'll just delete all the weights on it. And then I'm gonna read quadrimesher now. So this is what I was supposed to do. That was fast. And it's symmetrical too, which is cool. There's a weird, what's that? What the? There's like a little piece there. It might have been like a little tiny thing I didn't see earlier. Let's see if X-ray mode, see if there's anything else like hanging out. Let's hide the rig. I think that's it. That's just that one little piece. That should help get rid of some of the geometry I'm not using. So now it's like the whole thing is 28, which is crazy low. Actually, I feel like it's too low. Like I want to go a little bit higher. Well, actually, yeah, let me go a little higher. Just going back to here. Okay, so let's go like double that. So let's try 14. Let's see if I can see what that little thing was too on the inside. No, I don't see anything. I guess it's this little hair that just gets separated. I guess it doesn't know what to do. I'm guessing that's what it is. So I'm gonna remesh this again. That was so fast. And it's at 46,000, which is more what I want. I'll get rid of that floating thing. And then I'm gonna put that back in here. Let's just shade smooth it so it looks better. And then apply apply the automatic weight weight. So select the body, select the rig, automatic weights. And now if I try posing it, yeah, it's not laggy at all. And it looks super, like, it's like much cleaner. Like the, you can also see if like the elbows deform as badly. I think it doesn't deform as badly, it's hard to tell, but we can probably also control it more. Yeah, so there's slightly more, it's pretty bad though. So I guess it's inevitable that I would have to go in and like resculpt it. Um, I think this looks better overall though, this deformation. You can also see, like, test out the leg. So this is earlier what I was thinking about, which is like, this would probably be a problem where I adjusted the knee position. Let's see if I could fix it with the pole. Oh, okay. Well, it's still kind of bad. Yeah. Let's see if I could try to fix it here. What if we make it go to FK instead of IK? That could be well, another issue. So so if we just use FK, we don't have to deal with all that actually, which is cool. The problem is I can't, wait, can I do this? I would probably add more weights to the knee and the shoulder, the knee and the elbow, but it does have like it does let me control it more, which is cool. And you would just have to go in and resculpt it. Did we lose the other pose though? Like, let me see. Am I still on rest pose? I completely forgot about that thing. Let me clean this up before I go away from it though, because I think I don't want to lose track of it and like have a bunch of clutter. Um, so I'll call this one proxy 2. Oh, wait, not this one. It's actually, this one's proxy 2. And I'll move this out over here. Okay, so it's much cleaner now. So this is what we made basically a proxy with quadrimesher. So I think it generally just deforms much better, like versus this one. So you can see artifacting here. This is the first one with just like decimation. It's cool that I kind of kept them though, so now I can kind of compare. This is like the elbow before, and this is the new one. Honestly, it's a little bit cleaner, but it's honestly, well, actually, yeah, it is better. Yeah, it's still pretty bad though. This one has the hair. This one probably doesn't. Oh, it does. Wait, what? I'm confused. Why does this one work? I don't understand why this works. Wait, does the high work? No. Wait, there's so many things happening. I kind of don't know why that works. Oh, no, wait. I know. That's the one I auto-weighted, so obviously it works. I already did that. That was the first test with the auto-weights. So that's why it works. Um, so I guess the test worked. So we did 2 tests. We did the adding bones to the main rig, which worked. And then we did quadrimesher on the proxy, which worked. And we also found out that you can go really high with automatic weights. It just doesn't like having multiple small pieces separate, and then it won't break, I think. So that's pretty good. Um, I kind of want to try like bringing it to a pose and then sculpting. I also want to see, did I lose that pose I did earlier? Like, let's see, how do I find that pose? Let's bring the rig back. Why is half of it missing? Oh, the arm's here. Where is that tab? Rest position. Did I lose that pose? I think it's gone. Huh. It would be on this. If I go pose mode, pose position. Oh, no. Yeah, I think it's gone. I put it on 0. Um, Potentially when I regenerated the rig, it deleted the pose. I could test it real quick. So like let's say like I spent hours, maybe like a whole day on this pose, and then I'm like, yes, this is perfect. I don't want to lose this, and then I insert keyframe. So everything is keyed there. And then maybe it's actually an animation. So like let's say this hand goes out over here. So this took like all day, took like 8 hours. And like I don't want to lose this no matter what. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go in and make some modifications to the rig, and it'll be real quick. I just want to add one bone. No big deal. And so I go here. Let's go to object mode. I make my little change and I regenerate the rig. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it deletes the keyframes. I think it would technically make sense to delete the keyframes, like if it's erasing the old bones and putting new bones. So it would also delete the keyframes. That's kind of a not like a destructive point where you can't work backwards from that point. So like if you decide to add bones, you can't invest in animations yet. Yep, it looks like that's what happened. So let me hide the meta rig and let's look at the rig pose mode. Select everything. Yep, all those keyframes are gone. So you can't animate or pose and then go back and add or change the rig, and then when you hit regenerate, it'll delete all your animation because it's basically making another rig. I guess like if you really love that animation, you could do like retargeting. So you could generate another rig, load that saved file like you said, and then retarget it. It's like a lot of work. And then you could retarget the animation to the new rig. So you could technically keep it, but then you have to go through like insane amount of work to like match the bones and like tell it like to follow this bone. So I mean that's like one thing I could think of, but there's probably an easier way too. But so I'm glad I didn't spend, I think I only spent like 10 minutes or 20 minutes posing, making a pose yesterday, so I didn't waste that much time. Um, so I'm gonna try doing another pose. I want it to be like seductive, but not like over the top. And I want them to sit on something. And I think I can't use FK. Let me just double check. Yeah, I can't use FK. I'll turn into a gazelle or a spider. Gazelle spider. So I have to use FK. Which is totally fine. I'm not doing animations, so I don't care if it like follows a certain path or anything. So I'm just making sure these are FK. Yeah. I don't want to get I feel like it's so like when you actually sit on like a giant cement cube, it's also really uncomfortable because you can't tuck your legs in. So I don't know. Like this cube is like really, I don't know, we'll see. I'll just use it as a reference point. Or maybe I'll make it like thinner. That might help too. So if I go back to the cube, just make it like thinner. And then I can also see what's happening like more this way. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe just like this as well. So it's almost like the size of a chair. It's like not as it's not as what's the word? Something like that. It doesn't block the view so much. It's not as thinking like it's like I don't know what the right whatever. Okay. Potentially the way I sculpted the foot is also really bad. The butt actually is much better than before. Like that's insanely better. Like I could actually probably even turn on the old one. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I auto rigged it, so I can actually compare this one though. I kept the old sculpt. And I had to like pull it back out. And even then it looks like it's crispy. It's been like it's got some like ultrasonic waves in it. So like adding that butt bone and auto weighting it after, like it's so much better. I can actually the fact that I kept a copy of it, I can actually use it as a reference to say like where I can go with it. I wasn't sure if making the deltoids big like that was a good idea. I think I need to copy weights to this guy. See if the butt gets destroyed on this one. Yeah, it does. So I need to, you can actually see what it looks more like the old one. So versus the one with the butt weights. So it's like big difference in the volume. Um, I think. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe there's not enough geo like on the knees or the elbow. Actually, look at the geometry really quick. Let's try the arm. What am I doing? Why doesn't it work? Huh. Oh, it's maybe it's still FK? No. Oh, it's because I'm not seeing it. I'm actually. Wait, what? I'm confused. Let me see. This moves. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why I couldn't move it. Let's see how it looks on the corner. Maybe it's inevitable. Like, no matter what, I always have to go back in and sculpt it, I think. Oops. Let's go like really crazy bending like this. And we can compare it to the original one, which was, well, this one doesn't have the elbow influence. I'm getting kind of lost in the sauce with all the back and forth. But let me try another test though. So let's say this pose is kind of like roughly like we spent 2 hours on this pose. And then I want to oh, you mean like do you mean going in like weight painting around the elbow? Um wanted to do something. Oh yeah, so I forgot to do something and it's a good test. So I want to copy the weights from the proxy to the high. So I'm trying to think how can I do that? But I don't like let's say I don't mind if I lose this pose, but there's a chance I could maybe. What if I like I go to frame 2 or frame 2. Select, go back to pose, select it all, and then I'll tell it to go to default T-pose, and then I'll insert frame, make sure it's gonna lock in. Yeah, that, well, 6-second video. I'm not sure what you mean. The 6 seconds. Segments? Second, oh, 6-second video. But I'm gonna copy the weights over, I think. So I'm gonna show the high. I'm gonna hide the proxy. I'm gonna hide the rig. Where is the rig? Actually put it in the proxy. I'm gonna call this one models. Oh, I'm gonna select the high, and then I'm gonna combine them, and then I'm going to show the old proxy. I'm gonna copy, select the proxy, select the high poly, go to weight paint, and I'm gonna go transfer weights, and I'm gonna do by name. Ooh, that's really laggy. And I'm gonna do nearest face interpolated That's laggy too. I'll do 0.2 radius. Okay. I'm hoping that worked. Let's hide the proxy for a sec and then go to the pose. No, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Maybe it had to do with it being black. Are you also are you like not allowed to post links in the chat? Does it block you? I I'm not sure if, how that works. Let me see. Why didn't this work? Let's go to, so it does have the rig. It does have weights. I think when I saw it turning black, it's probably a sign that it didn't work, but let me try again. Oh, you linked it, but it just doesn't show anything? Oh, it's just words. Oh, sorry, I'm not really sure. Oh, you're just saying like, not sure, but oh, it's not a blue link? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't see it. Oh, okay. Oh, so actually, if I click that, it opens a video? No. Or I should just search that, you mean? I could always search it, yeah. Um, so moving this does not work. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe it does work. Oh, it worked. I was testing the IK that I turned off. What was I even doing? So the weight paints, I guess, worked. Let me actually try one more time though, because I feel like I don't believe it. Wait, actually, no, I don't have to do that. Let me try this. Let's go snap to this pose. Okay, it worked, yeah. You can see. And then if you turn this on, hide this one. Yeah, it worked. So it transferred um the weights correctly. Let's see if this looks the same. There's so many things like I'm getting confused. This one actually has more volume, I think. Maybe I'm not wrong though. Oh, okay. I'm honestly not too worried about though, because I feel like the more I dedicate to weight painting, the more I risk like overlapping it and losing it, doing things like adding bones or um, merging and deleting and all that stuff, like all the different rigs. And ultimately, after I pose it, I was going to sculpt it over anyway, so I feel like it could be worked out there. If it was like for animation or something or like a game character, then it's probably much more important. But I'm kind of wanting to use it as like a stepping stone, I think. But yeah, maybe you're right though. Maybe like going in and fixing the weights like around those crucial areas, it would save trouble later when sculpting. So I could try it on the I could try fixing the weights on the elbow. Test it. So we could do that right now, I guess. So I'll hide the high. Oh God, there's so many layers. I'm getting confused. I also moved this, so I'm kind of confused with that too. Um, let's see. I'm gonna hide this one, and then back on the proxy, I'll fix the weights on the proxy and then copy it over, I think. Gonna make this go to bone mode, and then go to weight paint mode. Jump to this. This is the upper arm. Okay. Have symmetry on. So yeah, it's already feeling better. Like you said. Let's see. Switch to the other bone. Let's see what we could do. Um, I wanted to punch out, and I could use that extra bone, maybe. Right now, I'm just kind of seeing what happens if I do actually touch it up a little. I'm using my mouse, which is like super lazy. I could use the pen, but and then I could what can I do? I could go Alt Shift C to like kind of see what it looks like. Generally, yeah, it does look better. But let's see if I can put weight on the this guy. Let's add uh maybe get really strong, maybe. Ooh, that's weird. So there's a point where we can't really do that. Trying to smooth it out. And then I'm gonna try going back to pose mode with it. Let's see. Pose mode is object, unsolo it, and then pose, and then this is the elbow controller that I added weights to. Yeah, that worked. Let's see if I scale it going one direction. Oh God. What if I scale it in Y? Yeah, that works. Scale it in Y and then rotate it like that. Potentially, that's like a cleaner way to fix it. You just have it point in the right direction. So it kind of reorients the geometry more, which is really helpful. So still needs to be cleaned up like up here. It's like make it squish. But yeah, I think you're right about that. Just go in and clean it up by hand. It's worth it, I think. It's 11:30, so uh 12. Still got 3 hours. I think since I did it here, I think it did on the other side, but I don't know 100%. Let's see if it did it. I don't think it did. No, actually, I think it did. It's just I have to do this. It's hard to say. Let me look at it from weight paint. Oh wait, I have to do this. I have to go make this one back to bone. Okay, see if it looks the same. Oh, okay. That didn't look like it symmetrized. You, I guess you could do, I guess you have to manually symmetrize it, maybe? Let me think. Okay, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out and talking and helping me. Let me see. How do you mirror this? Wait. So I think you go select the bone, select the body, go weight paint, and then yeah, it's this one. So this tab. Have a good one. Go symmetrize, and then I'm just gonna do an active group, I think, and it's gonna mirror this. I think I see it changing over there, so I'll do that here too. Probably do this. I'll select both these. Actually, let's just do one by one. It'll take a sec. Symmetry active group. Okay, so that made a big difference. I wonder if you could do the same thing with like the bone position. So if you go to, can you do, well, I guess it's not fully symmetrical, so maybe you wouldn't want to do that. But let's say if you did want to do that, you select this guy. Can I mirror it? Is there a button here that just lets me mirror? I don't see anything. Could we pose? Is there anything that says like mirror? Or like copy mirror? Copy pose? Paste pose flipped. That could be it right there. So copy pose, and then paste pose flipped. There you go. That's what it was. That's actually really good. Is there a shortcut for that? Control, and then Control Shift V. Oh, Control C, then Control Shift Control V. So if you really wanted to copy that, you could go Control V, Control Shift V. Same thing on this guy. Control V, Control Shift V. So you get the same thing happening on both sides, which maybe you don't want, but maybe you do. I don't know. So I'm gonna use the bathroom again. I drank too much tea. So we got 2 more hours. Wait, three more hours. 12, 1, 2. Yeah, about 3 hours. So what I really want to do is get a general working pose and then try sculpting on the high res and see the trials and errors of that. Ouch! I got a cut on my finger and I accidentally opened it more. Okay. We don't really have a good reference. We have like one reference, a illustration by Rockin' Jellybean, but it's just one angle and it's really exaggerated, so not really sure. But let's keep going. So it was really helpful by Omni to suggest doing the weight paints on the elbows. That made a big difference. And it only took like 5 minutes maybe. Maybe learned something. So it was really cool. Really cool of them. Um, in that case, I think we should try doing that with the knees too. So let me actually put this out more so I can see what I'm doing. This. Let's try this knee and we'll copy it over there. Let's see. Maybe like this. And then let's go here, switch it to solo mode. Whip paint, go to the knee. Let's color pick over here. Oops, I didn't want to paint over there. Let's see what my tool's doing. Yeah, it looks okay to me. I was worried that it was projecting through it, but it's okay. Let's do this so I can see what's happening. Yeah, I do want some more inf on the front, I think. More influence in the front. Let's move it back. So I think the trick is to do the thigh bone and then the knee bone, or the shin bone, and then the kneecap at the end. I think that's the trick. Let me see. Color pick this front side and just paint that in. Smooth it out. I don't know if I like that actually. Let's see what this does. Let's make this stronger. Is there a way to mask? Can I mask? What's this do? Is this deselecting bones? I don't know what this does. Oh. What? I did control right click and I can select multiple bones. Huh. That's interesting. That was not intended, but that's really interesting. Let's undo that until we get to this back here. Okay. So I'm just gonna focus on the front. The inside I'll probably like have to deal with sculpting, but so let's grab back to weight paint, and then we'll just add weights to this guy. Actually, you know what? I'm adding it to the wrong bone, I bet. I bet I'm adding the wrong bone. So let's see. Yep, I was adding. I want to add to this one, not. I was adding it to shin. So okay, something like this. Is that good? Is that bad? I'm not really sure. That looks horrible from this angle. Let's go back to this bone. Let's try adding weight back a little bit. Oh, I'm crashing, am I? No. I'll save just in case, because I feel like I'm gonna crash. We're also kind of being lazy and we're just doing this by mouse, so I'm kind of treating this like a test more than the final result too, so Okay, let's see what that looks like. So that looked a little better. Still really bad. I think it needs to come back more or something. Something's really off. But let's see. Let's go to object mode. Switch this to pose mode. Go in there and pose. See if we have more control now. I think it looks better like that. So it's like the muscle and then boom. See what else we could do here. Maybe thicken the back more. What's this do? It's kind of curves the bottom, which is what I don't want there. So this is, if it's generally okay, I gotta keep reminding myself the main goal is just like reduce deformation here, not the sculpting part. Let's see if we can automate the copying process though. So let's go back to solo mode, and then we'll copy the weights of the thing we did. Go to edit mode. Or wait, is it edit mode? Oh, I have to go weight paint. So bones, body, weight paint. Select this guy. We'll go symmetrize, active group. So snap. And then this guy, same thing. This guy, same thing. Okay, so I think that's better, but I don't really know. So let's kind of get all the technical stuff out of the way, and we'll go back to the fun part of like posing and sculpting. So put this back to pose. We'll save. We'll hide wireframe. Um, let's pose mode, and we'll start to push this around a bit. It might help if we add clothing too, so we could do that right after this maybe, and we could test out how it would translate through the rigging. In the drawing, I feel like I want to really push this deltoid in and down more, but I could do that with sculpting. I'm thinking like maybe it makes sense to quad remesh the high and then add like multi-res on it. That might work actually, and then we would I think that might work. And then the multi-res would allow us to have sculpting detail. And then once we're like all set in stone, we apply the multi-res. That might work. I'm not really liking this pose too. But let's try it. Maybe it's really hard. Maybe we're doing something that's a very difficult pose. But it's like we'll know why later. So it's like we could try. Oh wait, he's leaning back. How's he doing it? So he's making it. The head kicks back, but then the body comes forward. How are they doing that? How? There's this bone, and there's this bone. Is this the... There's no bones right here. Hmm. Kicks back like that, I think. See if we can keep kind of straight there. And then his hand is doing this. It's kind of really meshing into itself like that. Oh, that's so bad. Hmm. Maybe I can't do that here. I'll break the wrist instead of the whole arm. That, oh, that worked. And then it comes in like this. And then the hands are bent like this. The quads make it so much nicer on the fingers. Pull this one in too. I think their hand's smaller, so I'm gonna make their hand smaller. It's kind of cheating. Just grab the hand and and shrink it. Yeah. And I don't think it's as high. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. So I can just grab this hand. It's too high. Something like that. Then that pinky looks too thin, but I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Let me see if I can scale the pinky. Oh, I can't scale this one. Wait, I can make it stubby though, right? That makes it kind of more, less, yeah. See if I could rotate it. Huh. Maybe this one is allowed to kind of... Hmm. Scale them at the same rate, and then we could do medium point. They scale from the center. Trying to get the arms to work as much as possible. It looks too small actually, so I'll thicken it. Wait, does this thicken? Oh, it thickens. Oh, that scales everything. This just does one direction. That's cool. So the hands don't look too tiny now. I think I want to make this one come out wider though, like this. And it's so maybe it's okay to like squash in itself like that. Let's see if I can make this wider. It doesn't work to me. Oh, that's the wrong side. Oh, this scales down the arm, okay. Can I do this? Z-axis. Scale down this way. That looks funny. It looks like Mega Man. That looks kind of cool, even though it's not really intended. I'll just fix that stuff in sculpt mode, I think. This bend doesn't work for me. Let's see if I can... Oh, that looks kind of cool. It's like squashing there. See how far we could push the rig. It's like catching right here, which is interesting. Is it better if I do this or this? I kind of like it tucked away like that. And it's like following the angle. Let's try replicating that on this side. Kind of like this. Make this hand straighter. This bend does not look good, so let's try fixing that. How do we get like the spacing of the fingers feeling better? Can I scale this? Oh, we can, okay. Potentially we could scale it like that and squash them together. Tucking in. I think adding a slight rotation here is better, so let's kind of rotate it. Let's see if making it nubby helps it too. Okay. Um, I'm surprised there's like no bones here though. I remember there being more bones in the middle. Did I not place them correctly? I swear it was like easier to pick things here. What's this one do? Going down the leg here, seeing if there's anything I could do here. What's this? It's like a SpongeBob episode. What is this called, by the way? But how did it know to make it a square though? Because I didn't tell it to make a square, and it just made a square. And these were like circles. I didn't tell it to make a circle. That's kind of interesting. Make it bigger or wider. Let's see what happens if I scale it this way. I could make them bigger. I'll make them bigger, and then I'll make them flatter, like this. So that they're being squashed, basically. And then I could translate them down, maybe. So that's... Yeah. This centerpiece is not... I don't want this to be visible. Oh, I can't do that. What is this? This is called... Oh, it's tweak. So it's like kind of controls the angle of legs. That's kind of a fun one. So I can easily like rotate the whole leg. Adds more interest. Let's go down the chain. Times it 12, so we start at 2.5 hours. Let's see what this does. Where the hips kind of going. We can make them go out slightly because it's sitting, so it's like maybe your like weights, you're causing it to separate a little bit. Getting a little hard to tell what's happening on inside here. Where the center of the leg mass is. And kind of add a curve maybe to make it more interesting there. Can I scale them? Let's see what happens if I scale them. What if I translate and scale? Oh, that's interesting. Let's undo that. Do I like that more? Yeah, I think I like it scaled ever so slightly. It's just like squashing. We're going to start like doing some sculpting after this. Oh, that actually helps a lot to twist the knee like that. Let's see if that helps over here. Not really on that one. I really like this top part. This bottom part's not working well. We also said we kind of changed it. The way he did it was he kept the legs apart like this. And the knees kick in like this. So potentially he did a more interesting thing. So let's try that. I want to grab this area, but I can't. It could be the way it's skinned as well. We know what that twist does not work anymore. Oh, that looks funny. Let's see what that... It's like spiraling. That's funny. Let's twist it back maybe. What does twisting here do for us? Okay. I think we should pretty default it. Make it pretty default. So his kind of does this. So it's more the form of the leg just kind of doesn't work really. I think if we kept it, if we made it more cylindrical, maybe it's more forgiving in multiple angles too. So that's something to keep in mind. We can experiment with that as well. See if I pull it forward, pull it back. I think putting it back made more sense there. Like this. Although that doesn't look good either. Yeah, it looks a little better. This area is just decimated. Let me see. Yeah. Let's just say this is as far as we can get, like, posing wise. So let's see what the high poly looks like too. So let's save. Let's hide this. Let's see what the high res is doing. What's the high poly look like? So it's like 1.5 billion. So I kind of want to try try something. I want to try seeing if I make a quadra mesh, add a multi-res, and then rig that, and then that would give me the control of low poly, so I could weight paint on it. But I can also have the resolution for like high poly. Farted. But yeah, let me try that. So, let's see. Let me come back a sec, actually. Um, ouch. Let me go to artlist.io really quick, artlist.io. And I'm gonna play some drum and bass, I think. They got some pretty good drum and bass, so and I can stream that music, so it'll be kind of just to switch it up, add some music again. Okay. Let's see if I could bring in the audio. There you go. So, kind of like go 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 mentality. So again, we're kind of stopping and going back to technical, so we're not going to go into sculpting, sadly. But I want to test this because if it can work, it'll be really good. So what I'm going to do is hide this, save. We're not going to change the bone structure, so we're not going to regenerate. So potentially we keep this pose, so we didn't waste like 30 minutes, an hour. But one thing I want to try is, let's go to pose 2, which is my zeroed out T-pose. Let's go to this guy. This is the high res with which is just kind of like me sculpting like back and forth raw, like using voxel and stuff. Let's copy this. Let's put in a new folder. We'll call this one we'll call it jar, quad, and then multi. Jar, quad, multi. And then let's hide the original. So this is our guy. So there's a couple things I could try. Do I need to multi-res it? I'm trying to think. It doesn't matter, I think. I can go in by hand and multi-res different parts of it to work. We could just do the body for now to make sure that goes through completely. Leave everything else pretty defaulted for now. Let's see what this is doing. This has no modifiers. Let me think. Okay, let's try. Let's try the main issue with this character is the body is too heavy, I think. So many steps. I'm trying to like go through it all in my head. It's overwhelming. So we want to the idea is to apply a multi-res on this. We can take it to 500,000, so it's like half the count, but potentially it's kind of doing the same thing. Let's try it. So we'll go to this body. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Oh no, we're fine. Okay, we're good. Save real quick. It's called Espresso. Let me go back to the music. I heard this one a couple times. Okay. So my aim is hitting like 500,000, so I'm super lenient with it. Probably not go that high though. This will probably generate. I think I need a calculator. This generates 40,000. Let's go double that. 40,000, so 100,000, right? 28,000. This will probably be good. Make it symmetrized, and then hit the go button on it. Just test it with the one. So yeah, hit. It's like 60,000. Is this workable? And then I'll add a multi-res on top of this. Yeah. So potentially we lose certain details, but we get clean geometry in return. Yeah, it's okay. I'll just do that. But let's keep the old one for now. And where is it? We'll be looking at this one. We'll put it in there. Put it next to it. Can't put it next to it. Okay. And then let's say I want to add a multi-res to this. Okay. So now I'm sculpting this. I'm working on it. Let's say let's add another one. So you have two. Yeah, so that's like all the detail you need. But let's say we go back. What is this at, by the way? 900,000. If I go back. Oh, okay, shows me live what it is. That's cool. Let's just say we have it up all the way, and we're at. This is basically what. No, we lost like 500,000, but it's actually cleaner. Okay, so in our test, trying to remember the steps here. I never rigged a multi-res, so we'll see how that works. What happens if I merge something invisible? Oh, it doesn't. Let's see. Well, if I merge it, it'll take on the multi-res, which I don't want. Do I have to merge them? Can I add the multi-res after? I could rig it, and then I could add the multi-res after. So yeah, that would work. So what I would do is I would grab everything and then combine them, and then I would transfer weights from this guy. So go weight paint, transfer weights, and then I would do by name, nearest face interpolated by name, and then I would hide this, go this guy, add a armature. I'll tell it to go to rig. Oops, rig. So now if I test it, if I go back to the rig, go pose, and try moving it. Oh, that was. So it does move. It's a little laggy, but it's doable. How does it look here on this pose? It has clean quad geometry there. But let's say we have it posed, but it's all separate, so we could still separate it. And I can add a multi-res at this point. So I can go like, click this guy, wait. Or I can make a copy of this now. I could add a multi-res at that point. So we don't have to deal with having a multi-res on it. But we could technically do it, I think. Wait, where am I? This guy. Hide the rig. So I maybe make a new folder called this is model, and I can call it sculpts at that point. So I could copy this. Wow. Let's see. And I'm gonna do visual geometry mesh, and then add it to a folder called Sculpt. And also drag in the other Sculpt. So we created a new subset folder. This name's kind of confusing, but we'll probably have to adjust it. I'm probably going to forget what it is tomorrow, but put that in there. Yeah. And so now that we kind of technically have the pose where we want it, what we do is go in, like this for example, maybe like, well, maybe these parts. Go separate selection. Oh, they actually merge together. That's interesting. That was actually not intended, but I can do those parts. So again, they're separate. Combine. Just combining like mirrored parts. And I can go in here. And then at this point, I could add a multi-res. And then it's clean quad multi-res. So we found out, in my head I was thinking like, okay, so the multi-res and the armature have to be happening at the same time, but you could technically add the multi-res after, so you're not super concerned about like, I kind of want to do face sets. I want to learn face sets. to kind of modify this area. Let's see. If I do this and do this, wait. Damn, the geometry is not flowing correctly. But I could probably do this too, if I do this, and then do this. You make this a face set. So I go sculpt mode. Let's create a tally, because a lot of times I use ChatGPT. It works, it doesn't work. Then I try using YouTube or Google, and it works or it doesn't work. I can't find it maybe. So we'll make a tally each stream, and we'll say like, if ChatGPT does better, we'll give him 1 point. If Google does better, we'll give him 1 point. And we'll just kind of see what happens at the end of the stream. Last stream, it was like, I think it was a tie. It was like 1-1. But this time, I need to know how to make face sets. Let's ask here. Okay, let's see what it says. I'm trying ChatGPT first. So I'll open YouTube here and see if we could see face sets information. Okay, there's a YouTube video here. Enter tab, box select, create a vertex group if you want. Sculpt mode, face sets menu, select faces from mask. So it says face sets from masked. Oh, so it's thinking like this, maybe. If I do this, and I go sculpt, mask, and then face sets from masked. Let's see what I could probably. I think I hid face sets. Yeah, because it was in the way. And I could go back to edit mode, unhide. So back to sculpt mode. Oh, it didn't work. Why didn't that work? Face sets from visible. That might work. Let's try that. Face sets from visible. There we go. Back to edit mode, unhide. Sculpt mode. Yeah, there you go. How do you use face sets though? Turn this down. It's like a little too strong. How does face sets work? I'm asking, how do you use face sets to quickly select it as a mask? Let's see if it tells me something. Go to sculpt mode. Ask by face sets. What is this for? Oh, is it just the next tab over? Ask. I don't see it here. What's this button do? Draw face sets? No, I don't want that. Let's see what this says. Nope. I think there was a button. I might have replaced it with something. Shift W. Shift W? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff on the bottom. Oh, wait, what? It's making a face set. Shift W makes face sets, I guess. Huh. Does Control W do it? Oh, it grows the face set. Okay. Alt W? Oh, I replaced Alt W. My whack. Okay. Shift W automatically. It says Shift W, but I don't think so. It's not doing it. They probably changed it. So that grows it. W? Get an error. Let me see that video. So I'll give a point to ChatGPT for helping me hide and show and set the face mask with the menu, but I'm gonna see if YouTube has something as well.
Once you've blocked out.
Let's see, let's watch this guy's Blender secret video. He's drawing them, but I don't want to draw. I want to use them as a masking thing, so see if he talks about that. He's just drawing it, erasing it, smoothing it. Okay, so if you press H on it, I think that's what it is. H toggles and hides. Okay. And then you could work on it in isolation. Never used face sets. Oh, okay. Let's see. So if you do H. Oh. Alt H. Alt H. Alt H. Okay, Alt H kind of flips it back and forth. Let's. Oh, okay, so I see now. Okay, that's really good. So basically, H hides what you have. Alt H isolates it. Alt H is really big. Alt H. Got it. So if I wanted to work inside here, Alt H, mask, Alt H again, invert, and we're working. I never used face sets before. Let's smooth the mask. Let's use the in. Oh man, this is fun now. Finally get to do something creative and exciting a little bit, just a little bit. What's the brush setting at? Okay. This is with multi-res 1. Let's go back one and see what that looks like. Okay, we lose dimension. We don't have 2 yet, but potentially we'll add that. This is too weak. Let's bring up the smooth. This leg area looks bad to me. Let's get rid of the mask. Wait, wrong way. Let's flip it. Wait, can we shrink the mask actually? Let's do that. Let's see if we could shrink the mask. There you go. So I was thinking, put this area in. What if I do this? So like I kind of like this mask right now. What if I do face sets? Face sets are masked. It's invisible. Face sets from edit mode selection. Oh, what's edit mode right now? Am I crashing? Okay. Oof. Okay. So that's really cool. That's cool. That's an option. Was that from YouTube? see. Yeah, that was so far. ChatGPT gets a point, and then YouTube gets a point, so they're tied right now. Okay. So what I want to do in this case is I want to create a new face set, but I want to do it based on my selection of the mask. This doesn't seem to work. Let's just do, let's see, Alt Control, shrink face set. Oh, Control Alt W. Oh. Expand, let's just do expand active face set. Shift Alt W and then Control Alt W. Expand face set by topology. Could try this. Shift Alt W. Whoa. Oh, I could drag it. That's interesting. Let me undo that. Expand based on topology. Shift W. Is it actually doing something? Move origin. Topology fall off. Oh. Oh, okay, that's something else. Okay. Control W. Alt Control W. W. Huh. I guess what I could do is this. So I'm like, okay, I want that in there. But it's too low down here, so we just go... Would it shrink the top though? Let's see. Oh, it does. So they're still the same. What I want to do then is... Let's do that Shift W thing. It's really the same color, so I'm going to do a different one. Yeah, there we go. And then I can expand that. Oh, but they're... Oh, it doesn't matter. That's okay. And then I'll... How do I paint this out? Let's see if I could... I can expand it in. So Control W lets me expand it. I'll purposely go over the top so that way, you know. And then the problem is I have this side now. Let's look at that other video and see how he paints it in. If you hold Control over the area you want to expand, you can keep painting over. So I want to hover here. Gotta go face paint mode. Hover over Control and then paint. Oh, it's symmetrical. That's why it's doing this. Okay, I see. There you go. Okay. Oh, there's something messed up here though. It was perfect up to that point. Let me try. I don't know if it's worth trying to fix by hand here. I could try starting it over. Let's go edit. Let's do this. Scope mode. And then we'll go face set based on edit mode. Boom, nice and clean. And then I go Control W to expand it to the point where I want it. And then this one's too big, so Control. There you go, nice and clean. And now it gets sculpted. I went too far there. And then if I want to mask by this, I go H to hide it, mask everything, Alt H to bring it back, and now we could just sculpt it. And potentially this is too high. Say sculpt base mesh. Oh, that's weird. That got rid of my mask. Maybe it's laggier if I do this. I don't know yet. Let's try sculpting now and see if potentially we're feeling the lag. It's also smooth the mask. Oh yeah, that's laggy. Let's turn off that, see if that helps. Oh yeah, that's a huge difference. So if I try doing this versus doing this. Oh, okay, so it's super laggy if I do that. That's kind of unfortunate. Wasn't there a way to like tell it to go to this shape so we could reshape? I don't know what these buttons do. Let's do something. Let's just sculpt in it for a bit. This is the song I used for my video. Let me mute this. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna go back to my copyrighted music. I'm gonna go to Inception for the kind of epic, dramatic, kind of like discovery music, I guess. So let's say we go in here and like sculpting. I'm like, oh my god, this is so bad. This is wrong. Fix this up here. Maybe pull this back. And maybe this is like not as wide there. It's like 1, so we still have an hour and a half before we gotta go today, which is cool. Still got some time. Let's try to make this more cylindrical, so I'm gonna add more mass here. Let's see if I can make it rounder like this. I think this kind of like does this more. And then we can flip the mask. Oh, you know what? This is kind of a problem. I think if we planned it out more, we could have created a mirrored face set over there, but we didn't, so that's kind of a problem. Let me see. I'll make one. Save. Before we do all that though, I want to see something. So this is what we sculpted. I want to see what happens if we snap back here to this. So it didn't actually transfer because we didn't check this. But it was so laggy that we basically couldn't have that on. Let's save real quick because it's probably going to break. And we'll test these reshape buttons. So like, let's say I really like what I did on 1. So let's see what happens if I hit apply base. Is it loading or it's not loading? So it already did it. Let's see what happens. We go back. Oh, okay, that's actually really good. We want that. So I'm assuming the other one does the opposite. Copy vertex coordinates. What does that mean? I don't know what this means. Let's go back before we did it. I can't tell when I did it because they look the same. Let's see. Let's go back. A couple steps. There you go. So these are different. Let's see what happens when I do reshape here. Oh, there's an error. Second, second. Oh, wait a second. That sounds really good. I have an idea. So let's say we have a cylinder and you're like, you know what? I want this leg to be much more cylindrical than it is right now. So if I oh, there's another earthquake. It's crazy how many back-to-back earthquakes there are today, like the past week, past 3 days, I think. And then we'll stretch it this way. And let's say like this thing. I guess one problem is we don't have a threshold controller for this, so I'm really curious to see what happens. Let's maybe do this. So like we grab this, then this, I guess. No, this and then this. And then hit reshape. What happens? Oh. So it's waiting for a second object that has it's basically waiting for the object that's exactly the same object as this one. So that's interesting. That's really I don't know what to make of that. I'm trying to think of a use case. So I guess if you stopped at this level of the multi-res at 1, you applied the multi-res, you have the model at the same exact position, and then there's another model that's still has the multi-res on it, but you wanted to copy over the one without the multi-res, then you could use this, I think. But I kind of don't understand the use case for it. Maybe like shape keys or like I don't understand. So that worked differently than I thought it would. I thought it was going to act more like a shrink wrap, but it did not. But the supply base is huge. That's really useful. So I'm going to try to do the other side. Can I select the other side like this? Can I mirror select? Select a mirror. No, it did not work. Can I do... Oh, okay. Oh, I thought there could be a shortcut for that, but guess not. We'll just do it by hand. It's not a big deal. And I mean, in most cases, I think if the character was posed asymmetrically, then it wouldn't have mattered. I would have had to done this anyway, so. Let's kind of go up a bit more till I think it's good enough here. That's pretty good. Let's go back to sculpt mode. Base sets based on edit selection. Down here, I'll paint new face set. And I'll grow it. Ooh, we're gonna face another problem. I yeah, it's okay. We'll let it be kind of messy on the knee, and I'll like manually tweak it. Yeah, I think it's okay. So now we have that separate. That's good. We'll just work our way up, I guess. And this is almost like having separate mesh pieces. I guess like how you're able to select them makes a huge difference, though. Let's save. It's all this. Why do we have? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I want to mask this one. That's not it. How do I bring it back? Yeah, like that. And I'll just sculpt the inside here. Oh, that's not sculpting. We're still on res 1. Another, I think, a possible issue we'll face is that if I have, right now I'm only having one multi-res, but if I have two multi-res, how do I apply base from that? So that's going to be interesting. I don't know where it's grabbing that from. Oh, that's not good. I don't know why that's there. Let's go back here. Let's paint that. Yeah. Let me try. Pulling it forward. I want to go to this, like, how do I do that? I guess we flip it. Then, actually, I hide this. Wow, facets are pretty good. Smooth this out. Make the transition kind of like more arced. I kind of want to soften this area. If I go mask brush, mask it. Does that help it? I think I'm going the wrong way though. I go this way. And back to grab brush. I think I pull this out. Maybe not. Maybe I'll pull it like this. Let's use projected grab. Round this out much more. Let's use projected smooth. I do like this shape here. Let's see, I think I pushed this in more. Could probably pinch this and also inflate it. Let's weaken the smooth. Let's pull this down. Let's try adding volume here. Let's try the sharp brush here. Let's see if I could pull form there. And this actually connects over here like this. Let's say, well, I mean, I think we're fine here with the count stuff, but let's apply base. Let's say, let's go to another level higher. So I'm gonna go save. Let's go to add another level here, subdivide. Okay, so now we're going around 500,000. Oh yeah, another thing we want to test before we close out today is, well actually it doesn't matter, never mind. I was thinking like, if there was multi-res, and it was still rigged, then I need to worry about weight paints. But because we've kind of finalized it and this doesn't have weight paints anymore, it actually doesn't matter. Let's go with the 3D mouse here. I just have this desire to tilt it, so it's going back, and then this muscle actually goes this way. It goes this way. Probably raise the strength of the smooth brush now that we're at a higher resolution too. Trying to get like a curve in there. I don't know how accurate that curve is, but it's okay for now. I'm gonna try to blow up the knee to make it rounder. I think this one comes up higher. Comes around this way. You get rid of a lot of mass here in the back, I think. And kind of curves in as well. I can make this side come out like this. It's becoming more of a cylinder here. Probably grab this whole side and pull it in as well. Kind of like this shape a lot. I want to accentuate it more. Let me think, how can I do this? I could sculpt it, or I could move brush it. Let's try move brushing it, see what we can get away with here. Oh, I flipped the mask. Oh my god, that's right. Everything's masked. Um, that's kind of a problem. Let's see what I could do here. Let me ask ChatGPT. So I'm saying I just want to hover my mouse over it and mask it. I might have replaced the default masking, or it could be that ChatGPT is like half right, but it's telling me to use Shift W, which just does the circle creation of face masks. I mean face sets, which is not what I need. Um, the other thing it's saying is you could just press H to hide it, which was what I was doing, but it's a lot slower. So was that really hard? Just well, let's say like we needed to see it. So if we needed to see it, what was the order we would have to hit? So we'd have to hide this one. You'd have to hit B to mask it, and then Alt H to bring it back, H to hide that. Oh my god, it's so many keys. Alt H, Shift H to reverse it, B to mask it, Alt H to unhide it. There you go. So that did what I want. It looks like these are not masked though, so if I grab this, yeah, that's kind of a problem. But I could do this. A little bit of a problem, but not too bad. We can also do this and test out where things are masked. So there is something in there that's also not what I want to move. I could do this, and then now if I move it, it's like this. That was a lot of work. I think it'd be faster if I learn exact hotkeys or whatever, but okay, so we can finally go back to sculpting. So the idea was I wanted to go in here with the move brush and just accentuate this shape more. Potentially it gives us cleaner results though, compared to like brushing it in, because it's all uniform, the shape change of it. Slip it. I don't want to change those, so I hit them using the H key. So I guess part of it is maybe just me having to learn new hotkeys. Potentially, this is kind of generally the right direction, but we're not drawing it in the exact right place, so potentially there's going to be issues. Also, another problem I think is the geometry stretch. Let's see if we can fix that. We could potentially, oh, it's actually pretty good. We could use the this brush, slide relax, to bring geometry there, but I don't think we need to. And let's go in with the draw brush anyways and clean up more. Maybe that's the trick though. Maybe you just use the mask lasso, move, and then you follow it up with the draw, so that way it does actually have all that form moving. I think this is way too big down here, but we're on level 2 by the way, so and then let's say let's see what happens here. So I'm curious. So object mode, we'll save, and then we go back level. Oh, it actually looks the same. Go back a level. It does not look the same. Huh. Okay. Let's do something crazy. Like, let's say in this level, like, let's grab this, do a bump. Does that show up in 2? It does show up in 2. It does not show up in 1. Could it be because 1 was masked? Let's go back. Let's try that again. Let's see. So let's say go to 1, unmask it. Go back to 2. Do a pull. Shows up in 1, which is expected. It does not show up in the base. That's interesting. Okay. So it shows up in every level but 1. I mean 0. But then if I do apply base, it does show up in 1. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's undo that. So back here, sculpt again. So let's unhide everything. We're at 900,000. Let's hide the base sets temporarily. Bring it back. Let's mask this one. Let's see. Shift H. Shift H. Shift this. I think this key is too far. Let's see if there's a button that has everything in it. Let's see. Shift W does. Let me ask Google for this. Okay. So, wait, what? What's happening? Oh, this inverts it. How do I make everything show again, though? It's kind of annoying. Oh, this. So Shift H inverts my selection, and then Alt H brings it back. Okay. Let's see if let me look in the hotkeys and see if there's anything that talks about face sets. Maybe I removed it a while ago because I never use it. What is this? Face sets edit. Oh, there is a pie menu. It was Alt W. Okay. Alt W? But Alt W is my wireframe. Oh, that's why it kept popping up the error. Should I re... But I think wireframe is humongously important for sculpting, so I would have to like relearn to not use it there. Use quick favorites. We could do that, or I could set another key. I could learn to use it. Actually, this one's not that good. Invert visible. Face sets from mask. I never seen that work. Oh wait. Does that work actually? Let me see. So if I go in here, I do this. I go face sets from mask. Didn't work. Yeah, I don't know what that does. Face sets from mask. Oh wait. I think it's doing that. So if I did this, and I did scope mode, face sets from mask. No? Huh. Face sets from visible. Huh. That doesn't work. That button doesn't work. I don't know why, but it doesn't work. Okay, so that shortcut button doesn't it's like it sucks. It's like whatever. I'd rather have wireframe control. Let's see. Let me look at the other options. So let's see if there's anything else. So that one was fine off. Yeah, I guess I'm not really missing anything else. Okay. Let's clear the mask. Oh, what happened there? Um, Looking at the leg here. So I noticed a lot of like, let's say like noise like this. Let's try this technique. So What if I do this? What if I do Alt H? I flip Alt H because I use Alt H so much more. Bring it back. Shift H. Yeah, I think I should flip Alt H. I never really inverted as much. So that might be a good way to flip. So keep. Oh wait, no, wait. What is this called? Face sets. Yeah. So I'm gonna flip Alt H and Shift Control Shift create a face set. Control Shift H. Wait, what? From visible. Control Shift H from visible. Shift. Where's Shift H though? Hmm. I don't see Shift H anywhere. What's it called? You can see it here. I'll set this. Wait, that's not it. Shift H. Invert visible. Toggle visible. I want this one to be Alt H. And I want this one to be Shift. Oh, I mean to click that. Where was that? This one. I want this to be Alt Shift H. So now add a mask, back, and then I could do this to alternate. This kind of does it too in this case, but so this is like isolating. And then if you wanted to add, you just do Alt H, and then yeah, Shift H is so much cleaner to use, I think. So H lets me hide stuff. Alt H unhides it. Yeah. So add stuff, Shift H unhides, and then just H to hide. And then Alt H would just invert everything. Okay. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. I like that. I forgot what I was doing. Um, oh, right. So let me clear my mask. So Shift H, mask, Shift H to bring everything back, flip the mask. And I wanted to smooth this out so all that detail's like not there. So I'll go mesh filter and I can go smooth. Is there any other options to see? Relax, surface smooth. Try surface smooth, see what that does. Yeah, it's a little better. Let's also see what relax does. So do that for a sec. Oh, it kind of, you lose volume that way, but let's just do smooth for now. I think that's good. So we can kind of sculpt away at high poly. Do this to bring it back, make it clean. Let's clean that out. Yeah, there you go. I think I need to pump this up right here. So scope mode, mask. What if I use H to flip? Or H to Nah, I think I like the hotkeys. It's fine. Let's pull this one back. We'll flip it. Let's clear the mask. I'm just gonna pull this one back more. Let's go with like a super strong brush, like a super strong. Let's see what that does. Can we still do this? Oh, we can. Sweet. That's really cool. I want to kind of look at more reference, I think, for controlling this pinch and where to place it. Um, this still feels really weak. I guess I could pump this up here. Yeah, that works. Something like that feels much better to me. I might weaken the smooth a little bit. Oh, the butt's gone. Oh, that's not good. I guess we stayed in isolated view for so long that. Let's bring back these parts. I guess that's not a good reason why to have separate, so you could like just unhide and hide easily like that. And then the subset or the face sets let me go in like and fix creases and stuff. I think this is cause this is different. This is like wrong though. I think this comes out further. Turn on mirror. Oh, it's already mirrored? No, it's not mirrored. Let's center. I might actually do all transforms. Okay. I'd change the color. So make it bigger. Too weak actually. Blast it up. Let's see what happens if I do this. Mm. H key is kind of far. I think this would tuck in like this. Yeah. And this is pretty laggy when it switches. So tuck in, I think, like this. Smooth is too strong. Yeah, that's better. I think the geometry is super low. Hmm. What about like trim? Yeah, trim kind of does it. Just like a trim it, smooth it, trim it, smooth it. Okay. Kind of like how this one is curving like that, so I'm gonna try to do that more. This one, I think it's tucked in more, like up here, just gets tucked in. And then masking this. I wonder if I can like inflate it and fix it, see what happens. I could try, let's say this is like super impossible to fix. Save. I could try this. I could go masking brush. Select this area. Change my stroke count. Like this area is problematic for me, so I'm like, okay. Let's go here, go to mesh filter, and then smooth the crap out of it. What if we do smooth surface? What if we do relax? What if we do This erase to place. Whoa, I never used that before. What the hell? What if I do it the other way? What the? Huh. Let's try relax facets. What's that do? Let's try relax. What about inflate? Oh, God. Just a tiny bit. And then back to smooth. Let's do like 10 times the smooth strength. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, there we go. Now I'm seeing it. What if I do... What's sphere do? What the... This is overall like fine enough for it for me, but let's see what else. What does enhanced details do? What if I do the opposite of enhance? Super smooth. Let's keep smoothing. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Let's see, back out of it. Yeah, it's pretty good. So you could just isolate that area and just blast it to hell. That displace thing was really cool. I never used that before. I think this comes lower. Let's blast it. This one. I think, what time is it? It's 1:30, so I got another hour. See if I can lower the step count on this brush. Make it weaker. Let me think here. There might be a faster way to do this. Let's undo that. What if I mask everything, isolate this, no, wait, Shift H? Okay, that's a lot to remember, but I gotta practice. So I like this silhouette of the leg, where this is big here, it comes out like at an angle, like that. And then there's a muscle mass here. Kind of want to position the muscle mass higher. Use the draw brush. I'm gonna make it sharper. Draw under it. pretty linear. Put the smooth. Kind of pull this area up more. Trying to think of like rhythms. So like there's this one, and then maybe this kicks back more. And this kicks in. This kicks out. For the top. Kind of like that. This is separate. Draw like this line here. Maybe use the clay brush. It's weird, it's not doing what I think it's supposed to do. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Dots? I don't really know. Getting some weird artifacts, I think, from the pulls from the quad remesher. It's actually not the quad remesher though. Huh. This one doesn't even have a pull. I don't know why it's there. Could do the mesh filter and then just smooth, I guess. Yeah, it's gone now. Nice. So we kind of learned some cool things on the leg. Hmm. Um, there's much more to control on this one, which is nice, versus this one, which is really low poly. I could take this as a test and take it further. So um, let's hide this one. So let's say we kind of went through the whole thing, did this. Let me see what else is happening. So this one's separate. Let's see what's happening in here. This is the copy. We can actually see what we did before and after, sort of. So I could select this guy and move it aside like this. Show the rigged version to see like the cleanup we did. Looking at the leg. I think this one can come out higher though. I'm not really sure. Inside. I think I should merge it down and then see how that feels. We clamped this side, we didn't do this side. This also should be higher, I think. But that's interesting. So I'm gonna go back here before I moved it. Before I select it. Okay, so I wanna see, we're gonna test it on this part right here, and if it gets destroyed, it's like whatever. Or I can create it back up here. It might get really big though. Create a backup. Put in this in a new folder. I'll call it Sculpt 1. And then we'll make a copy of this. Put it in a new folder called Sculpt 2. And then we're going to basically break stuff. Hide this. Make sure these are in the Sculpt folder. If they're not, I'll put these in there. Cool. There's the rig. The rig. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So I'm gonna save, and we're gonna do something. So I'm gonna make this but part of this. So we're gonna lose control of this part. Let me think. Is that a good idea? I think it's required at some point. So let's say everything is good. So what do? We quad remesh up to this point, but then it's like, okay, overlapping geometry. I guess we do remesh at this point. And then we'll run another quad remesh, I think. I think that's what I do. What's this at? We're at, yeah, it's totally fine. So I'll hit apply. And then I combine this to this. See if there's any errors. I don't see any. And go combine. And then I go remesh. So get the geometry count. So what's that? 40,000, 60, 80, 100, 200. I don't remember where I had it before, but we get issues like this overlap, but it's okay. That one's still separate, so we're fine. But let's see. Okay, and then also issues like overlap here. Does it make sense to do a quad remesh on this? Or does it matter? If I quad remesh, I could do trying to think. Oh, that's weird. We can't really sculpt at this resolution though. I think, can we? It's like barely does anything. Nice smooth. Oh wait, I'm not smoothing. Yeah, so I can't sculpt in this resolution. So it does make sense to make it quads or quad remesh it. Do I lose anything? Let's see. I think the fingers get lost, yeah. Let's go lower, see what happens. Okay. Go one more. That's probably overkill. Oh, that's really high. I guess if it's the final thing, then it would be this. And then I would, oh wow, it looks weird. How would I fix that though? I guess we wouldn't have this issue if I had like gone through, fixed everything. It would look more like this. And then I guess you could apply it. and then go to quad remesh, and then do like flat 30,000 and see what happens. And then let's not worry about symmetry anymore. Let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, did it go? Oh. So I can now sculpt this. And then we can use, again, multi-res. That's interesting. The quad remesher actually got rid of the faceted look on the butt because it was lower. So the cool thing is now they're meshed. I could just smooth them out. Maybe if there's a way to keep them separate, but not sure. Probably round this out. See what the grab brush is doing. But now we have all that control of like not having to like make it so they match back and forth. It's just one thing. Just testing out everything on this corner, but and then try it out again later. I like this angle, this extreme angle. We lost face sets, so that's not too bad though. So that's one thing. We lose faces doing this. Can make another face set, I think. So save. And another thing is the overlaps. Like you have to really commit to overlaps. So let me see. Where do I stop the selection? Because I can keep growing it manually. Let's just do that. And then sculpt mode, face sets based on edit selection, Control W, keep growing it. That's pretty good. And then what? I gotta remember the hotkeys. So H hides it, mask. Oh, it crashed. Remember where I saved. Let's see where we saved. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. It looks like I didn't lose anything. Six. So I guess I'll do that again. Oh yeah, we just smooth that out. And I think I saved right after, which was really good. Go to sculpt mode, face sets, Reset from selection mode. I think maybe it's lagging out because I have that selected, so let's unselect it. Keep growing it. And then let's see if it crashes. I'm going to save again. Press H on it. Okay, it didn't crash. So potentially deselecting in edit mode stops it from crashing as much. Oh. So it wasn't that. It was when I just tell it to make a mask, it crashes. Okay, that's bad. Well, we left off where we were, so we potentially can corrupt our file, which is bad. Hmm. Can I do a small mask? Like it's flipping out here. Let's see. Can I do like a small mask? Okay, let me do that. Can I hide a piece of it? Let's see. Okay, let's say I'm allowed to invert faces here. Hide this, invert. Oh, it crashed because there's no selection. So, or wait, let's see. So if I go, man, this is so, my brain's melting. So I will flip it, mask it, bring it back. Wait, what? Flip it, bring it back. Oh, whoops, I did the same thing. Oh God, this is so hard. Okay, so hide this, flip the selection, unmask that, bring it back. No, bring it back. There. That was so confusing. But now I can flip the mask and it could work. So I guess it would crash if I had nothing selected. And that's also a good point to be like, okay, well, if I'm going to be creating a mask and flipping it, then I have to make sure there's something there or else it crashes. We're at what is this? Oh, this whole thing. Is that 200,000? Wait, I'm confused. Why is this so little in sculpt mode? Huh. Slip the mask. Just go pull this in. So there's like an edge here. Pull this side as well. Put the mask, I'll pull it in too on the top. Smooth it out there. Push this in. So now we got, maybe there's a way, so for example, these parts, like, if we can think ahead and plan ahead, and we know we need to remesh down to combine stuff. maybe we could think of creative ways where we know these are overlapping like crazy, so we have to keep them separate. I need to think of a solution there where the arm, like we somehow the this has to be separate and it's not going to get remeshed together. I don't know exactly how though. Come here, just like sculpt a little bit. We're not going to turn on symmetry. Potentially that's going to be bad, but basically like practice asymmetrical sculpting. I think these deltoids need to get smoothed out a lot, so this point comes down much lower. Down there. Yeah, essentially it'd be like what the boob is right now, where it's like just kind of hanging out. And we could do that with the arms somehow, where they don't get merged down like this. So I'd have to come up with like, we'll have to do some testing and figure things out there. Don't know exactly what will happen there. It feels really fun just to sculpt again. Like it's hard to explain. It's like the boring, tedious part of like figuring out how to rig. It's like super technical and super procedural, and then you start sculpting. It's like, how does that make me feel? Where should this go? That looks fun. Like I could push this side. Yeah, but this arm's like just gone. Like can't really use it anymore. Potentially, I guess one other issue I could see is like if I do separate it and I'm keeping it precious in that way, where it's like, okay, we can't we can't merge down yet. There's possibly more uses for it to be separate. We can't merge down, and might run into issues of like not um, being too precious with it, and ultimately not letting it merge organically, or something along those lines. So this arm could come down way high, like way lower there. Also, I guess organically, maybe it looks more natural if it's coming together like this, where they're both mushing into each other, and you can kind of. I think you could still do that though if it was separate. You would just merge them down like this. You would just grab this guy. Oh god, I hit the wrong button. But you would just grab these, like this guy, merge them, and then you would technically be able to keep working them. So like, yeah, they're pulling each other. So that's kind of like it. Potentially we could do things so they just visually work better together, which might be kind of misleading. Where I could just do data transfers and the normals. Okay, in this case, we didn't want that. But I guess what the cool thing is, like, let's say, okay, well, I wanted to bring this down. That's the main reason why I wanted to attach them. Let's see if you could do this. Face set. It's not working. It's a Shift W. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's not Shift W. It's Shift S or something. Shift S. Or Shift A. Yeah, Shift A, that's what it was. So I can mask this area using Shift Shift A or Shift A? Shift A. Shift A. And just like do these selective maskings. I can go back in there and pull it down. You can also maybe grow the mask. And then I can use the mask tool and erase that. That went too far. It's actually really bad at merge there too. So that's another example why I need to explore the idea of keeping the hands separate. I just have to find out where's the best place to separate them. I'll have to experiment. Maybe I'll make a new project later and then test that out. But right now, we just kind of play with this one and see what works, what doesn't work. This deltoid comes in more. So we just worked on the left side basically. I want this to pinch more. So let's see. Yeah, that feels better. I want this to come out more. So why can't I grab it there? You do that too, actually. That's a cool move. So we just lasso and then smooth smooth. That gives us like some control to shape more. Let's also soften this grab or move. This one higher as well. Coming out more as well. Probably want more of this stuff coming forward as well. Using the mouse because I'm just kind of going over it real quick just to kind of test things out. Yeah, that feels better. Just making that bigger. Since it's so low poly, it's kind of easier to work too, which is cool. I think this comes up higher. Let's see if we could just grab this up higher. Okay, so that's problem C. Let's try to attach the legs here. Save. I think I'm gonna crash here. Mask that. Smooth that. Let's try if we can use the rotate. It's rotate based on cursor. Wait, not cursor. It's rotate based on, actually, yeah, cursor. Kind of like what's happening there, so I'll mask that. Smooth it out. Move the cursor right there. I want to scale it down too, so let's see if we can scale it. Let's deselect. I want to pinch this area. Yeah, it's like more curving down like this maybe. Like that. Let's create a new oh, that's not good. Reloaded. Oops, that's not good either. I don't know what the reload did. Um, that's good. I want this one just to go under and tuck under there, so just kind of grow that. I could always reset these. Yeah, maybe it doesn't have to be like super precise. Um, it's not about that. Maybe it's like, there you go. So now, that's not what I want. Well, actually, so we put the mask. Let me save. I think this is gonna crash me, so we're gonna save. Hide this. Undo that. Bring this back. Flip it. That didn't crash me. Let's use the grab brush here. Just pull it up. Tried using inflate there, but I wasn't really seeing the results I wanted. Let's try the grab, I mean the draw brush here. That's feeling better already. What if I draw this way? There, oh yeah, there's a pole there. That's the that's sadly one of the results of using quadrimesher. But I want to see something. So let's say the quadrimesher, you're amazing, but let's say I wanted to move this, like this is like not acceptable to me. So let's say, you know what if I tucked it over here? So I went this way. Like can I go to this edit mode? Ooh, what happened there? Why is it here? What? Why is it moving? Oh, you know what? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Could be these. Doesn't have a armature, but it still has these vertex groups. Maybe that's what it is. So if I go edit mode again. What? Why is it snapping there? This shouldn't have any weights on it. Oh, I know what's happening. It's the multi-res. I did so much that it looked like a pose. So if I go back to modifiers and I'm at the highest res, I just do apply base. And now if I go back to edit move, yeah, that's what it was. So let's say this pull's unacceptable. What if I use knife tool? What if I do this? What if I go this way? What if I move it this way? What happens? I go back to sculpt mode. Smooth it out. Hey, it worked. The pull's gone. I didn't know that would work. So there. Potentially that's worse. Let's see what happens here. These look worse now. So it fixed one problem and it made another. That was interesting though. Let's go back to edit mode. What I really want to do is tuck all that stuff down here. So I'm trying to think, is there a way I can move it there? Like transfer the odd number of faces and stuff, or not odd number of edges median. I got 20 minutes here. It created weird geometry like along this edge. What if I do this? This probably won't work, but I'm curious to see what'll happen. Like that. Sculpt mode. Ooh, it's lagging. Okay. It made quads all along it. I don't see it anymore. Oh, actually, kind of do. But, oh yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, it's actually not very good at all. So that didn't work. The idea is interesting though. So let's go back before I add the line here. Let's see what it looks like back in sculpt mode here. Let me smooth, it's like still there. What if you grab this point and you bevel it? So you give it all this extra geometry, what happens? Okay, that looks horrible. Smooth it away. Oh, that's horrible. That's really bad. That's worse. That is worse. Is it because it has n-gons too? Let's see. Let's go back to the point. So did that make n-gons when I did this? Oh yeah, it did. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So that was really bad. What if we add a triangle in the center? Yes. Oh, it doesn't let me do that. What if we do this? That actually looks pretty good. Okay, it looks like a little dimple now. What about this? What about this? I have an idea. What if you merge down into a different direction? So like, let's say I want to go down. What if I do this? I gotta turn this on. So merge this down. Am I going the right way? Let's see. Try like multiple edges and see if that works too. I'm just going down next to the shin here. And then we'll merge down this way. This way. Did I not solve the problem? Did I just make 3 more problems? Let's see. It actually looks okay. Yeah, I got rid of it. Let's see, let's inflate, test it. Yeah, it's fine. What about the bottom here? So we made an extra thing here. Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm not bothered by it. So that did it actually. That's a potential way to well, actually that's kind of, I still see something there. So potentially it's not very good. Yeah. So I see another one here, so it technically didn't really help. Okay, so we kind of explored and tested things out. Did not work out there. So I think we have to wrap it up for today. I have to go do some stuff, I think. We learned quite a bit though. It's pretty cool. I need to come up with a creative solution, keeping the arms up as like different pieces and for the longest point. And then once it really gets finalized, then it's fine to merge like this. But up until that point, I think I need it separated. So that's interesting. So this was an example of like getting closer to the end and then merging it down and then kind of doing cleanup, like merging in between, making the shape more fitting. We just worked on this side. We didn't do the inside here. Kind of worked on this side. But this would kind of be what it looked like if it was printed. Definitely things not working, but it's getting a little closer. Oh, is it crashing? Oh, I thought it was freezing. Let's see what it looks like when it's rendered. Let's see what that does. Oh, it's black as a multi-res. Let me save and let's see. Hit apply multi-res. Was it all black or was it just the body? It's all black. Oh, we don't have lights, maybe. That's why. It's hidden. Now, if we do rendered, there you go. It was not the multi-res, it was the lights. So we can kind of get an idea. We didn't spin for a while, so we can kind of get an idea of like the lighting and seeing how it bounces off the model. We can also show the set cube. This stuff's not working. We didn't really work on it. We were mostly doing the butt and the leg. We didn't fix this problem here. Um, so yeah, when it's merged down, it would look like this. I need more reference, I think, as well. So we'll probably gather reference tomorrow. And we were able to test out the rigging stuff with the pigtails, which was really cool. We can't actually modify it right now anymore. It's like completely different change. So like this is not following the rig anymore. But let's hide it for a sec. What's this one? Made a backup of this. Should I go through this now before I go, I guess? Clean it up. This was, let's see the res. This is really high. I don't remember what this is for. Oh wait, this was the remesh to combine the butt. Yeah, so we don't need this anymore. Just delete that. Let's see where this is hiding. And then we can turn this off. Is it frozen? No. What was this then? This is, okay. Oh, this is separate. This is like not in the folder. Okay. We'll call this one body. Guess we can do cleanup before we go. This is head. Okay. This is the earlier sculpt. What is this? Sculpt 1. So this was... Oh, this is us combining the butt down, I think. This one's combining the butt down. This is with, so we just look at the, for example, the head stays exactly the same versus these two. So, yeah, just the body changes. So this was the testing of the butt. Just like change the leg around. You can also look at the density, compare those two. So the density seems slightly higher. You can see the flow changed a lot there. So that's one big highlight to why you would want to combine it down to get this flow transition where it like simulates like the skin covering and fat covering the muscles versus this is like straight muscles and mass. What else? I think I'm gonna forget this, so I'm gonna put like you said underscore, and I'm gonna call this butt merge. I just remember what this is for. And then this one, I'm gonna call this one quad. So I can just see this is the earlier test too. So we can kind of see our process through all of it. Looking at how the butt was handled. And we just mainly worked on the butt, so you can see the difference from like the very first test of like, this is also just a straight proxy. So it was like us testing like where it would go if we were to pose it and then just go straight into sculpting on it. There was no control and it deformed really badly. And then this one was made with quads. So running it through the quad, I think that shows why you'd want to run through the quad remesher. And does it have a remesh on it? I mean, multi-res, it does. So it has quads and it's multi-resed. So you can go up and down the res. One other thing we could test also is for weight painting, if we have to have the rig have multi-res, I'm kind of curious to see if the weight paints are applied to the lowest level, like the base level, which makes sense. and if the multi-res is still workable, so you could have like best of both worlds, where you would you would apply weights at the low res with the weight paint, and then you could sculpt at the high res or go up and down the levels, which makes sense. But I kind of wouldn't go that full route because I do want to keep things separate. So potentially I would do the same thing I did now, where um, they're just separate. And no, I would apply the multi-res after I post it, I think. But anyways, but yeah, I got really far just working on this corner, this area. That was yesterday, I think. So looking at this was we can also compare this one, see how that looks. So this was before the butt merge. You can see some messy me experimenting with like masking and stuff, I think, up there. But I think ultimately all of this is probably gonna get destroyed, but I'll have to like do some brainstorming for tomorrow. I think we have to switch gears and work on the indie project world too, so give that one some time. But we'll see.